Any Stanleys in chat? I don't even know what that means. But I'm back. I said I would be back, and I'm back. I'm kind of a little bit late because I was at a family gathering, and Persian people don't know when the fuck to leave. And so, that kind of was strange. But we're gonna play the Stanley Preamble. That's gonna be hype. Also, kind of a new video, kind of not really a new video. You can do exclamation point name to see it. Yeah. Anyway, still getting ready, so get hype though. Hello, hello. Let's see. What's new? I voted. I did a democracy. Maybe you switched to my face. I did a democracy. I'm wearing my nice shirt. Wait, let me get my proof for democracy. I got this! Oh, you can barely make it out. I know it's first time, but that's not true. But I did do a democracy. I got this sticker. I lost this sticker because it got stuck to the inside of my jacket. And so I couldn't, I swirled around my pockets and I couldn't find it, but it was just stuck in there. And let's see. Yeah. That was cool. The guy I was talking to, who was like explaining to me how the whole like polling, they have a new polling thing this year, so he was explaining to me. And there's kind of a delay, so we were just chatting. He's like a fucking tech nerd. Like he has like an RGB keyboard. He didn't look like me. He was like, you know, kind of an older guy, or at least older than me. And he's like a tech guy, and he's like, I was like, do you know LTT? And he's like, yeah, I've actually met the guy, and it was pretty cool. Yeah. But today, we're gonna play the Stamley Preamble. The Stanley Preamble Ultra Deluxe. This is... I don't know what this is exactly. I haven't seen too much of it. I watched Atriarch play it last night. But he didn't get that far into it, so yeah. I know what the original Stanley Preamble is, and it's kind of that, but more. So we're gonna see what that entails exactly. Yeah. Bro, my favorite thing is when there's nobody in chat. I love that so much. It makes me think like, yeah, like this thing that I'm doing, it's gonna work out. No shatters, no problem. I bought the game today. It was 30 Canadian schmeckles, which is pretty good compared to fucking Nintendo Switch games, which cost like $100. You could boot it up, maybe. Let's see if anyone's gonna show up or if I'm gonna be fucking alone all stream. Also, fucking Fallen. God, I need this. All I want is for someone to follow my Twitch television page. We went down in followers. We didn't go down in followers. Nobody unfollowed, but a bot followed me, and then it got deleted. So I don't know if that is for real. My page still says 27 followers, but my like parts of my dashboard only say 26. So I'm going with the lower number. Oh, I should post in Discord places. Oh, okay, and I fixed my thing, so now it shows that I'm live, which is cool. I like that. That's good. Yeah. Should I just boot it up? I feel like I'm the... I feel like I'm the bottom of the fucking... the category. There's about, over... just under 2,000 viewers. 1,700 viewers. I'm like up there. Somebody click on me. I yearn for the clicks. Anyway. Let's just boot it up. Let's see how this works. Boom. Properties. Boom. Oh. Written by Davey Ridden. I don't know what the fuck his name is, but he's a cool guy. Please choose a subtitle language. Let's go with English. Confirm. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Okay. Okay, well... maybe I should go by chat, because that might be better. Please enter the current time. It's... let's see. Okay, wait. We'll do this. We'll wait it's like 15 seconds away. Wait. Hold. Hold. Okay. Got it. Perfect timing. Note accessibility. Okay. So I think the original Stanley Parable, for those who don't know, was a sort of source engine game. It's a cursor fucking dimension. Settings. FOV. One-handed walking. Maybe I should have done this before. Audio seems fine. But it was a source engine game, and now I think it's a Unity game. So, what the fuck does this mean? Yeah, I'm a big boy. I can have fucking high quality. Let's just go for it. So the end is never the end. And it's a little bit of a... it subverts your expectations.
This is the story of a man named...
oh, wait. I got a tab out. I just want to move... no, what the fuck are you doing? Just move me up here. Then move chat down there. And then move this, like, in the middle. Perfect.
Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Interesting.
Employee number 427's job was simple.
Simple.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
All right.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk,
okay,
telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Wow.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
Interesting.
As though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I'm happy. I'm not Stanley, though.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
The parable.
Something that would forever change Stanley.
What's that?
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So there's no jumping, there's crouching though.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I wanna not do that. I hate Mondays. I think there's an ending where you can like escape or something. I wanna do that. Maybe it's in here? No. $420, nice. The clock. I don't know what the fuck to do. Oh, I closed the door. Can I open the door? No. What about this door? No. What about this door? No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This is the thing. We're gonna go around. I don't want to fucking do any of these. Oh, I can't? Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, can I go up here? I want to go on the door on my right, maybe.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Open! Open up! Wow.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I want a drink. $1.25? In this economy, that's a fucking steal. Alright, that's
yes,
inflation.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I think I'm gonna go this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So now we're over here. The narrator doesn't like us.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
All right, sure.
Give me a chance.
Okay. Doors keep closing behind me.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Okay.
Stanley walked through the red door.
No, I don't think he did. I don't think Stanley did that.
Perhaps you misunderstood.
Okay.
Stanley walked through the red door.
This door's blue though. And Stanley's walking through it.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
yes.
Don't let me stop you.
Okay.
You see? There's nothing here.
Oh.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yeah.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
I feel pretty good about myself.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Skill trees are kind of like
You've given me
played out.
Absolutely nothing so far.
Vehicles would be good,
Tell
though.
you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Great.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices?
Yeah.
Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I'd give it like a 4, because I feel like the new choice was like just objectively better than the other two. Like it wasn't really balanced. I feel like it should be kind of like a rock, paper, scissors type deal.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you.
That's correct.
If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling.
All right.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's
Okay.
take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated
thought
to
I
keep
could-
walking through
I
doors?
thought I could do something.
Again, honest answers, please.
All right, there's nothing on the leaderboard, so I'm gonna give it a 1.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You
Okay.
click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Sure.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Yeah.
I think the art world will really take notice.
All right.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
I
so
see.
why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
All
Be
right.
sure to keep notes on your experience.
Sounds good. Oh, I like the music. That was close. I have a lot of time. This game's kind of lenient.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
The second
Because if
one.
it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
New game?
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Let's go.
Aha! Fascinating.
Oh.
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory?
Is this new?
What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on
Firewatch?
innocent civilians below you from up high in your
Oh, this is
tower,
sick.
perhaps for
Wait,
some sort
this
of
wasn't in the
twisted
original?
erotic purpose. Yes,
It needs to be
that
like
must be
Minecraft?
it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Wait, that was a Minecraft door. Wait, this is new shit. What the fuck? Is there like a Firewatch guy somewhere? I'll have to go around that one. This is so sick. I didn't know about this. Was this in... I don't think... This wasn't in the original, was it? But does that mean Minecraft is out? If Minecraft's out, that's kind of sad.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What is it?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh, wait.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered
yeah.
off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
I don't know what it's gonna be. Is it Portal? Oh my god.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
That's so
Just
funny.
a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost
That's
here.
so
Now this
funny.
is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Okay. We gotta figure out how the fuck to get lost.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together.
Together?
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Wait. Why am I so low? Oh.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh, where the fuck
Stanley,
am
don't
I?
do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, this is scary. What the fuck? This is unpleasant. Oh, here's a light. Can I obviously can't, yeah. Oh, is this my room? Can I leave? What am I? I don't like the ambiance, if I'm gonna be honest.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me.
I agree.
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
I can't do anything. Oh. Okay. We did that. Let's see. How's chat doing? Crazy enough, they're not saying anything. That's kind of quirky if you think about it. Yeah. Okay, more gaming. Bum 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 bum.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I swear
Stanley
there's a
decided
way.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's a
No
way
matter
you
how
can-
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There's a oh. Hello there. Ah ha ha ha. I did the thing.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary
That's so
into the
funny.
nature of video
And
game
clever.
structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
I agree.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Yes.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game.
Okay, well, I
So,
thought it was
just
like a
to push
survey,
the
like
envelope,
before.
I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you
Oh,
can
okay.
maintain.
No, I can chill. Music's not bad.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly.
Okay.
But the truth must be told, he was not very old,
Sure.
and was quite particularly gangly.
Was
What
gangly.
Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton.
All right.
He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable
Parable.
and lives an existence quite terrible.
Okay.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Toxic.
You too will become quite unbearable.
Are you not gonna spawn me out or? I can hear the, like, whoever's playing this, like, breathing. Okay, I don't think there's anything else. Alright, I'm sorry. Okay, but what if we go say no to that
All of his
question?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
How do I do
co-workers.
that? There you go. I'm back.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty
Yeah,
commentary
clever,
into the nature
clever.
of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Alright.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question.
Okay.
What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Okay. Well, we're gonna restart and not go back there because I fucking hate that guy.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I don't
What could it
fucking-
mean?
Shut up.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's play along a little bit. Okay. Where's the broom closet?
Yet there was not a
Do not
single
alter
person here
without
either.
consulting the
Feeling a
whiteboard
wave
manager.
of disbelief, Stanley
Cabal.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out. Oh. Using slides. Okay. Synergize core value. Shift global marketing paradigm. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Me? Let's fucking go. Oh, broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
Oh, yeah,
so he
yeah.
turned around and got back on track.
No, I don't think I did that. Look at this broom.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
I like the
No
broom.
reason to still be here.
No, I think there's plenty of reasons. Lots of broom content. Wait. Sorry.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
That means fuck all. For those of you who are not, we're not as savvy as I am.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yep,
Standing around doing nothing?
that's correct.
Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm
'Cause you keep
genuinely
talking about it.
confused.
I love it when you talk, so I just want to hear you talk some more.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
I just like
I never
closets,
would have
man.
thought to mention it.
I guess I'm a kind of closeted person.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Maybe.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your
I like
friends
his
find
accent.
this concerning.
I love the broom closet ending.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Really? That's pretty cool. I don't have any
Well,
hookers
I've come
in
to
real
a very
life.
definite conclusion about what's going on right now.
Hit me with it.
You're dead.
Really?
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here,
Sure.
when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system
That would be
and you
interesting.
collapsed on the keyboard.
Do you
Well, in
think
a
anyone's
situation
ever
like this,
died in the middle of
responsible
ascending?
thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead.
That's
They have
not
fallen
true.
prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Oh, yeah.
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can
there's a
hammer out the
Yoshi.
details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What's downstairs, though? What does this paper say? I can't read that.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Okay.
All because he believed
I know this one.
everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip
This
of
game
his
is so
tongue.
good.
He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Woo!
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not
stars.
woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
That's a good question.
And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head.
What was that?
One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley
No,
is
I
as
was just-
awake right now
I was
as he's
flying
ever
earlier,
been in his
though.
life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, He knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Okay. Wake up
Let
time.
me wake up, he thought to himself.
Rage.
I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please.
I want to push the buttons
It's
so
all
bad.
I want. I want my apartment and my wife
And my job.
and my job.
And my job.
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
Okay.
My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Ruh-roh.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
This game is fucking great. Oh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Uh-oh. New character.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Wow.
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
Right.
And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day.
Oh.
The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Interesting. The end is never the end is never the end is never deluding. Wait a minute. That's different. Also, I should probably check if my mic is actually working or not. Let me just take a quick... Hello, hello? 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 Okay, that sounds like it's good. Okay. Back to gaming. Wait, let's go this way. Let's go that way. There you go. Okay. Actually, wait, no. Sorry. And then like this, and then like that, and then we go. This is a new office. I don't know
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Welcome to the whiteboard ending. Oh, I like dog mode. Dog mode is good.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the
Shut the
office,
fuck up.
but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, let's go to the door on my left. I don't think it showed up, but it said, I got the achievement, you can't jump. And then I got the achievement, You unlocked your first achievement.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
do
Stanley
people
decided
want?
to go up to his
Things?
boss's office, hoping
Happy
he might find an
feelings,
answer there.
Violet James, you are fired. Money, more money, things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs about money and things. We have our new product. Bi-quarterly post review. We need we need less reviews. I see. Cool.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay. Need a picture.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Sure, let's go upstairs. I forgot I was in dog mode. Executive bathroom. The mirror shit. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. So profound. Time. And extreme bathrooms. Is that the current time? No. That'd be funny though. We could head back downstairs. What the fuck is this? Business trap. Oh. Let's go down. That was my name. Oh, what is this glowing paper? I'm going. Wait, we didn't go anywhere. Is this just a fucking box that shakes? Settings. Can I like Okay, so that was a profound waste of time. Let's go this way. Where?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark
Why?
secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the
2003.
terrible truth that his
That's a
boss had
great
been
year.
keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Wow.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. Kind of scary game. I don't like this necessarily. Loading, 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 loading. Wow.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Let's go this way.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Right.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
This is an awful long hallway.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Sounds good. Oh? Am I gonna die? We're falling.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
Oh, that's cool.
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye-bye. Oh?
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
Oh my god.
What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Oh,
Do
is
you
this
see
Office?
now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. The two doors. The set of two open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, An exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Filing cabinets, interesting. Office computers. Installing Charts Pro 2. Solitaire. Employee database. Oh, is this my desk? The office. These doors are all fake. Button sounds. A selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. I don't know if any of these are... I think none of these sounds are ever used, which is especially funny. So we got some credits. Yanis Iodanes, Leslie Staples, written by Davey Redden and William Pugh, Dominic Johann, Tom Schley, Jan Strotman, the narrator. Oh, Kevin Brightington. Kevin Brighting. 22nd Century Toys LLC. Based on the work of the Stanley Preamble 2013 team. Cool. What's this way? Boss's office. Screenshots from the boss's office in development. Office clock. Is this set to my time? No. I don't think. The fuck do I get over there? Is that this way? The lounge, underground, an early version of underground portions of the game.
The big red button.
Narration outtakes.
Stanley walked over the bridge.
The narrator
Now
reported...
look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room.
These clips
Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you pick up on intuitively. Finally, he pushed the number 9. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour. I'm just going to make this easy on you. Through the green door.
Cool. Freedom ending. This was the very first incarnation of the freedom ending. Countdown desk. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up and down with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down. We placed the two endings together instead. Freedom ending. Monitor room elevator for a time. Yeah. The countdown room. Okay, so that's kind of like the ending or something. This is game design mockup. This level that William, the level designer, sent to Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of the level design got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mockup is still the same. So it used to be a lot more dirty. Is this a picture? Oh, this is different versions of The Office. The first was, this was 2011, November 2011, March 2012, February 2015. So basically it went from... This is sort of distinctly different from these two. And then he has two computers for some reason in this one. But the layout seems mostly the same, and in this one they sort of fix the stuff on his desk and add open up some of the shelves and stuff. Narrator emails. After the second trailer, we asked people to email the narrator for some questions. While we had initially planned to use these for further promotional material, we never found the perfect use for them. Here's the selection. Well, the thing is, I know what I want. What would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? On a scale of Max Ernest to Salvador Dali, how surreal will this game be? Were you born with a magnificent voice, or did a... Okay. Wow, congratulations. Cool. Some stuff. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as us making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. That would have been cool though. Printer. Maintenance room. So we've done a lap now. It's time to maybe turn off the game. Do we go over here? The apartment timer. In previous versions of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Interesting. The cargo lift. The cargo lift. There's so much shit in here. The flow of hallways following the first two doors was important to get right, since players would replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. Zending levers. The Zending. Z ending. Those are for what's over here. Trailers. We ran 4 major trailers for the May 2012 feature was a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing the viewer that he's repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. I fucking love the dog. The game is now paused. Escape menu. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this is what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Is that everything? The cargo lift was intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping off to a different path. However, after early version, we decided we also wanted the option for players to follow their death. So we haven't done that yet, but I knew about that. I think that's everything. How do we get out? So is this gonna like shut off the game?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. how they wish to control one another, how they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
I let time choose for me. Oh, we're back in the normal office? Oh, dog mode is disabled.
All of his co-workers
okay,
were
there we go.
gone. What could it mean?
Let's see. Nobody is watching my stream. Let's fucking go. I don't want to fucking open OneNote. Nobody ever wants to open OneNote. I'll say it. I'll
Stanley
put it out
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's go to the meeting room.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Where's that closet? I want to see that broom closet.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
Okay.
office, hoping
This is
he
what I
might
was waiting
find an
for.
answer there.
That's what I really wanted to see. Okay. That's good. Let's go
Coming
back
to
down
a
this
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
way. Is this just the insanity ending? Yeah, okay. Let's do the boss.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
Oh, my
What could
attention.
its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons
Yeah,
on the
I'm
keypad,
pretty good, I guess.
Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
This game's kind of scary. Did I hit up? Okay. Now loading.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Oopsie daisy. This is,
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office.
Yeah.
Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator.
That's-
It's still just exactly what it is.
Yeah.
What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
Well, now
it's
I know
that
it's not...
keen eye for storytelling that you have. An
It's not
incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Alright, man, you don't gotta be so mean about it.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
No, it's kind of scary. I like...
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor?
I like the
no
quantity.
It's time once again to go back up in the elevator.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again?
No.
Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my God. It's the boss's office.
The sound kind of scared me.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Alright. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Okay. Alright, no, I get it, okay? You're fucking mad that I fucking went up and down the elevator. Maybe I'm just a little kid. Maybe like a 5-year-old kid is playing this game and they just like the elevator part. You ever consider that? Fucking bird. Fake-ass perpetual motion machine.
I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality.
Sure.
As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Alright. We're gonna go back down then.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator.
That's correct.
How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before.
Right.
I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Now, imagine this. Maybe there's nothing else. Oh!
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
Oh?
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator.
Sure.
But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Right.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go.
Okay.
It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
That's good with me.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension?
I don't know.
Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you.
Thanks.
You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley.
Yeah.
I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're
No, you
being
don't.
fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that
What?
you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning.
Really?
They
No
really
one's in
look
chat,
up to you,
though.
Stanley. I
Nobody
don't know
is
if you
looking up to me.
realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're
All
holding
eyes
the
on
press conference
Stanley,
should
live
be
on
just around the
stage.
corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being, all tricks revealed. How we did it, the me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. Up and down again, the Stanley story. That's, I like that one. The Lord meet and greet. Down, then up, then down, then up, then down, then up again. Game volume is, well, I think that was the point. Also, hi. Acclaim first chatter. Let's fucking go. Only 1.5 hours into the stream. Which is perfect because I'm gonna go pee now. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm gonna go pee now. You just got on? Eat shit. It's piss time. I'm a piss boy. They call me the piss babe. Please don't leave. I'm begging you, don't leave. Fiat! I have returned. Hopefully you haven't left. I would be real sad if you left. Still here? Great. Yeah. No, the game volume was not super loud. That was just the game was doing a little bit of a bit. I got some goldfish. God, I fucking hate the lighting. I fucking hate light. Yeah. I don't know, Kai, have you... I don't think you've played the Stanley Preamble, but I'm sure you've probably heard some stuff about it. Do you know the part where they go and play Minecraft? Oh shit. Because it changed that, I think. Now they play Firewatch, and then you go to play Rocket League. Wait, let's actually go do that again, because I didn't actually fully finish that. And we can turn off the music. This game is kind of a solemn, emotional experience. So it'd be a bit disrespectful. Yeah, this is, so this is Stanley Preamble Ultra Deluxe. So I think it's new or something. I don't really know. I've seen, okay, I kind of know. I watched like a one guy stream a bit of it, but I've mostly kept it spoiler free. I did, let's see what the endings I've done. Oh.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Stanley lore. So there's this ending. You can fall through here. But I already done it. And I kind of made a vow that I wouldn't do it again because the game kind of goaded me into doing it again, so I'm not going to do it again. Is the narrator gone? I'm not hearing much narration. Oh! Awaiting input. I don't know what that means. Goated with the sticks.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Surely he's just stopping.
Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
What? Oh? No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Tell me about it.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
Yeah.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door?
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
For me?
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see.
Yeah.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Vehicles
Work
would
with
be
me.
good, but
You've given me
skill trees are
absolutely
kind of
nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Yeah, sure.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Oh.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Can you play the baby game
Okay,
for 10
I'm
hours?
going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
See.
Let's take a look.
There's no numbers. Oh wait. Sheesh. Oh, Mussolini and a dead rat. Oh, that's me. Yo, let's go.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'll give it a 5.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Sure.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
No.
Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh,
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
Right.
You click the button to move him back to the right.
Okay.
And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think
don't know
the
what you
art
typed,
world
but
will really
got
take
fucked by
notice.
Napalm.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4
Sure, I
hours.
guess.
So
I'll
why
fix that
don't you
later.
give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
okay. Well, I want to check something.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Actor.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is
Star
about,
Wars.
Stanley?
Oh, sure.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems
Yeah?
there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
That door's from fucking Minecraft.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What is it?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
Yeah.
You nearly wandered off into that thing.
That would've been
big
awful.
open just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay,
I don't know if I spoiled this
think
part already.
this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
So I did manage to do that. I just fell into one of the goals.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
But
there
I
are lots
wanted
of
to
cars
see-
here in the
I
back, but
wanna see
obviously
what I
there's
can
no
do.
racetrack.
What happens if I don't
Okay,
do
I'm
that?
seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what
ball?
fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Woo, yeah. Ball. Oh, yeah. Oh, am I going faster now?
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this
Yeah,
fun?
this
is
is
it
fun.
better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Yeah.
Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric
Multiple balls?
sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Yo.
Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Give me a ball.
More balls.
More balls. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I fucking love balls, dude. The only thing I may love more than balls is fish.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real
Wait, I can...
video
Oh.
game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley.
I see.
Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best.
True.
Take care, Stanley. Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I think I did this last time. So this place is kind of scary. A little bit ominous, IMHO. This may be the original version of the hallways. Because I think this game was originally a mod of some fucking like Half-Life game or something. 427, that's me. We back, and then we go out. Well, do you want to see what... There's like... You can't do anything. We back in the mine. Well, actually, we weren't.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice.
Yeah.
And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes
I don't
with
think
it,
there's any cost.
he'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Mep, 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 mep. There we go. We back. It's my desk.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm gonna kill myself this time. Wait. This is different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
well,
Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I guess
Perhaps he wanted to
just feel
stop
like
by
I
the
know a little
employee
better than
lounge first,
the
just
gamer.
to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. No, I don't
Stanley
think
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Bye-bye.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Ratio.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I am.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Interesting. I don't know what that means necessarily.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness.
Wow.
Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm gonna get on that platform.
Stanley was so bad at following directions,
And I'm gonna
it's
see if I
incredible he
wanna
wasn't fired years
follow
ago.
it or go through the red
Look,
doors.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Really?
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all
Me?
this time.
Me the whole
There's
time.
someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
Yeah.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you,
No,
to
you don't.
show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Yeah.
Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going?
Back here?
Right. Where were we?
Wow. It's pretty cool. You guys think the game knows that I'm eating goldfish? What's over here, though?
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Alright. Let's go back down.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Okay. This is pretty. But it's also pretty boring. So maybe I should just, like this way.
No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Alright, you're right.
Are you are going to stay here, aren't you?
It's just red. Red's fucking cringe. I'm gonna go fucking off my clothes. You're being toxic to the narrator? The narrator's being toxic to me.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die!
Me?
What about this isn't getting through to you?
I just don't like the color red, man. You saw me avoiding the red door. Hey. Hey, chat. Knock, knock. Not me.
No!
Oh.
Thank God. You live. No. No. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Bazinga.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Alright, I'll give you a little bit more time in that room.
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
But if this shit goes back to red, I'm gonna fucking
I
kill
know
myself.
you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Actual manipulator holy. I'm just built like that. Where's the red though? I'm just waiting for it. Oh! Am I smelling some red? I smell red. We gotta get out of here.
No, perhaps not. My
You know-
God. Is this really how much you dislike my game?
No.
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
That's
Am I
correct.
reading the situation correctly?
Well, you're not real is the thing. Also, like, the reason, the goldfish is thematic, because the way I eat them is I fucking bite their fucking tails off. It's a metaphor.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
It's that one.
I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Choice time. Augies. Let's go choice. Let's go choice. Let's go choice. Let's fucking go. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Baby.
Is it over?
Here we go.
It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Damn. No. No. No, I don't think I will take that one.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
What do you think he'll say?
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. Giddy but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
He's just like me for real on God. Yeah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Yeah.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Tell me
Someone
about it.
you've forgotten about.
Who's that?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Okay.
Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem
For her?
yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who is she?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh? What's this?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
No!
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving
fucking
wife?
kill myself again.
They'd want to commit their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Fuck you,
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
bitch.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning. Press P on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press P.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen
What
this
kind of
life.
hot, flushed, pushing P, holy shit. Press F.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press L.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press V to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
I know the baby
one. And
one.
he called it the Stanley Parable.
Oh.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Talking. Press P to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Uh-oh. Okay.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I did do that.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
You may be wondering why
hoping
this
he might find an
closet
answer
is
there.
boarded shut. So am I.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This is the insanity ending. Let's see what's up here.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
What do you think of the music? Does it spark joy in you?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Bob for on God. What happened to you that you're saying you're talking like this? Bum, 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 bum.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay. Plop.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Whoa.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Let's check it out. Plop.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
427, that's
Each
me.
bore the number of an employee in the building.
That's my office.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Do I go to the next thing now? Plop.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
Elevator.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the
Well, you're gonna miss all
world?
the new content.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never
you do
again
the new
exert its
content in 10
terrible
minutes?
power over
No.
another human life.
Well,
For
I don't
he
think so.
would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you in...
I'm the one in control. Yeah, back to me.
Slaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me,
Or
where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
fuck off.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right
Fuck
now?
you.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first.
That's crazy. He killed my stream. What the fuck? How long was it down? Was it down when he... No, I did not deactivate the thing. He went on a monologue about how you could deactivate anything. Timer went to 0. Piece of shit. My wife?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
You contacted me. Alright, cool. I like this guy.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's go this way.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
He speaks French, too. Let's just do what he says.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh, I see.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
That's correct.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Television.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Wow.
Did he have the strength to find out?
No. Let's see.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Hey, what's that one?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
No.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Never.
Never. It was unthinkable.
No.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the control.
Uh-oh. Can I do it? Is that something?
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty.
I am uncertain.
Was it over?
Was it over?
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
We did it!
Unshackled himself from someone else's
I'm unshackled.
command. Freedom was mere moments away.
We can do it!
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Where'd they go?
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
How is it possible?
What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
Is that a bird?
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
A bridge?
It was
a
perhaps
house?
the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I feel mid. Beat the game! Achievement unlocked! Finally!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh. Gonna head out? Alright. You'll miss out on all the cardboard box content, though. Oh, yeah, wow. Can I scale any of this, or no? What have we not done? We've done all the options in there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, okay.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I don't know what this is. Another elevator?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Fucking asshole.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Yeah.
It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Yeah.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
This is a nice car. This doesn't seem... Oh!
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Oh.
Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
I'm gonna wander far off track. Oh, the boxes are
All of
gone.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Oh, so this doesn't let you go to the...
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
I didn't.
Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was
It
thinking.
was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. It's this way. Story. Where art thou?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh wait, there's something there. Or maybe not.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Yeah, okay.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Let's go!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Okay.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
No.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Well.
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Alright. Oh.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Preamble adventure line.
All right.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Can I not follow the line? Oh.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Okay. Alright. Line it is. Adventure line. Adventure line. Isn't there like an adventure line song or
You
something?
see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction.
I see.
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Sure.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yes! This is what I was looking for. Wait.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Okay.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
It's, green. Alright. Hope that's all I need.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Let's see. Oh.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
That was tough. Okay.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable.
Sure.
Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting.
I agree.
Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Can there be a horse? Or like a lot of horses? And we go on a horse
Oh,
adventure?
no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
If we go back, I don't think going back is going to do anything. Okay. This is the adventure line. Oh, there it goes.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Our control.
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Okay.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, if you... Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Okay, so...
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Let's see, how long have we been going? Let's take a look-see. It's been on 2.5 hours. We can go for a bit more. And then... maybe I'll get back on tomorrow. Wait. OBS. Where'd it go? There we go. Is it time? Do I dare? Let's here, wait. I want to look at the achievements. There's an achievement that says click on door 430, 430. Oh, 5 times. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Set all the settings sliders in the menu to available numbers.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, I see.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Great.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Okay, we're gonna go for a speedrun after this.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that...
Let's see.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Where?
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
How?
What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking,
No.
but happiness.
No.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Alright, this is speedrun time. Speedrun. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Speedrun. Go, 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 go.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Wait.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I didn't read what it had said to do.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Wait, now No. Fuck. I'm so confused now.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
I don't know what the time is like that. Fuck. I got distracted. Go, 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 go. take turns, take turns. Fuck.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's
all this shit I already know.
co-workers.
I never played
The
it, but
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unfair. Many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Was I disconnected again? Who fucking cares? Ugh. Yeesh. Are any of these people in my viewer list real? I don't know. Oh? Prime Gaming. Yo, if you're real, type 1 in the chat. Oh, I see my view count has dropped down. Crazy. Well, this is definitely going to be...
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
Yeah.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Yep.
Stanley felt the cool
Not a speed
breeze
run.
upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Mm-hmm.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32,
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Alright. 417. Sorry, new content. You'll just have to wait 17.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
413. 4. Do we miss it?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to it.
No.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
I don't
Now
like
suppose
this.
you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Alright.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay, 417. Let's not lose it. Oh, here it is.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437, I see. I remember that one. That one's over here. Isn't it? Yeah.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now,
Okay.
door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415.
Now, back to door number 437.
Got it.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I see. This is how they teach you about climbing.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416. 417. 415. Where's 416? 417. Where the fuck is 416? I don't like that. Where's 416? Where the fuck? Wait. No. What the fuck is 416? Fuck this. I'm gonna go do new content. Fuck this guy. Fuck this achievement. I fucking hate this guy. I found 416. Doing it. Where's my fucking achievement? Asshole. Let's see what this is. We can look around still.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
I'm familiar.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Reimagining.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
It's not really moving.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
All right.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Okay. I can't jump. Oh, I can jump. Okay. We're gonna save some of those jumps. I've seen kind of this part.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
No.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, Why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Okay.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Alright.
What do you say, friend?
Sounds good. Let's see. Oh? Office is different. Yeah, I know this place. I've been here before.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
That's just the rest of the game. Let's see what this vent's all about. Can I... No. Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Wow.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Wow. This is nice. Don't forget the Stanley Parable.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched?
Oh, it's the ending.
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Time, Indoors Monthly, Shapes, Graphs, National Geographic, and Cargo. It's the collector's edition. Wow. We got... The time is like... It's like 2013! The Stanley Parable. Got postcards. These are pretty cool. The Memory Zone temp. Okay. Let's see. Audience Award. The Independent Games Festival. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts. Awarded to The Last of Us. But it has Stanley Parable on. Good Times. I remember all these, mostly. Wow, what a website. Linguistics identify 50,000-year-old unconserved words. The Washington Post. 6 components of a great corporate culture. John Coleman, Harvard Business Review. Yeah, everyone's saying. Smile because it happened. Trip down memory lane. Bits of music. Just $1. Don't go outside, don't play for 5 years. Unachievable, it's impossible to get this achievement. Let me check. Stanley. it says it has 5% completion. So I don't know if that's true exactly, but nominee. New video game releasing. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. College show uneven effort to enroll poor. Cost hinder new tech. All the news that's fit to print. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. In loving memory, little Stanley, R.I.P. Is that the music?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Minecraft! Okay, so they still have the Minecraft part. The tasteful nostalgic, it was good. The portal part! Okay, so they know. They remember. Memory zone maintenance. Knowing your city. But before you can possibly know where to begin, yeah, sure. Don't care. You are playing the Stanley Parable. The Doors. Person of the Year. Oh, the buttons. Probably Source Engine or something. Oh, the red and blue door. The game.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
Wow.
It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I mean, it wasn't perfect. I got a 9. Didn't get a 10. The serious room. I don't suppose I can go that way.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
What's this?
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, we got a good one over here, but then there's
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Caution. Something.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
I don't
You can
think
tell
would.
me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
I agree. I thought it was pretty
What
good.
an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
I don't know if you should take
I
these.
feel like a failure.
Well,
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Like James Stephanie Sterling? Uh-oh.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes,
Well,
I
I
think we
don't
can
know.
do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley.
Anything?
Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Well then. So this is the room. Cool. Can we leave or sort of a one-way thing, I guess?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes
I wanna see how
impossible to
much
manufacture.
shit
It went
there is.
on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have
Okay.
you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until Oh, you're back, you see? You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was
Yeah.
plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
Yeah.
Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto.
Yeah.
Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think.
Okay.
So my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are or were or will be at the time of having made said choice.
I see.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
Sure.
But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
I see.
All right, here we go.
Let's see.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation.
Right.
Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made.
Yeah.
It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of.
Is anyone here for this? Well, fuck it. Alright, back to them.
Our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review.
That's a review.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving.
You wouldn't think about changing it, would you? You wouldn't have some change of heart and decide that you want to change it?
I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time.
Just one more time, yeah.
From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else do... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
All right.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yeah.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
I do.
How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just
press it.
Wait here for me.
Just go.
And don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are.
Yeah.
What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks? I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all.
No.
It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me.
I can hear
because
them.
maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Flop.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret.
Yeah.
There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret
I'm gonna do the
for the
Wordle.
longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
Tell me about it.
And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can
Idea,
only
got the
describe
A.
as the collapse of every
Rose.
moment I have ever experienced my
Got the
entire life.
R
All
is
of
in the
them
wrong spot
collapsed
still.
down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Hello? The outside world? Sounds a little bit scary. Yeah, no.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives.
So,
it has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me.
This game includes the first one.
Yes, of course.
And then
they've been jealous of me
And then
this
now
whole
I'm kind of
time.
here. I
They
walk
are
through the
mired
door.
in fear and
There's a
insecurity
jump
and cannot
circle,
help but attempt to
'cause you
tear
can't
me
jump in
down.
the first
What a
game.
sad state of
So you let
affairs.
you jump
When
for
you
a little
read
bit,
these
and
reviews
then
now,
the
you can see
narrator
it.
got
You
kinda
can
mad that there
taste
wasn't
the
new
bitter
content.
resentment.
So you
And
went to the
my,
memory
how
zone.
good does it feel now to speak truth to these
he
words,
was
to
kind of
finally
jerking
allow these
himself off
thoughts
at the
out,
good
contained and managed for
reviews.
so long, neutered and sterilized.
And then he
At
read some
last I
bad
am free
reviews.
to truly think,
one of them
to
said there
feel.
should be a
It
skip
must
button,
be that they
which
were
is kind of
so
ironic
discontent with
because
themselves,
kind of
they
the
couldn't
whole point of
help
the game
but
is the
leave a
relationship
negative
between the
review
player
on
and the
Steam.
narrator.
Perhaps it says
And,
far more about them
so
than
they
it
added a
ever
skip
said
button.
about me.
Except
Perhaps the state of their psychological
you
being
keep
was in
skipping
such
and
tatters,
you know, the
and
first
my
time it was like a few
constitution and
seconds,
willpower
but now
are
it's
so
like a year.
ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought
And-
some outlet through which to
Yeah,
tear me
he's
down.
really- he's
This,
really-
you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to
He's
expect
really
that the
upset
game
about
be
it.
funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny.
right,
It was
so
meant to
he's-
have a
he's
point.
moved.
It was meant.
The game is a little loud. Yeah. Audio. Let's see. Kind of, there's nothing here.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Is there oh, there's water. That's new. That's pretty cool. Oh, there's the spooky hole. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, it's a nice hole. There's some bugs. And now there's some plants with vague berries, beans. That's pretty cool. Oh. I don't like the noises. I would like to skip. Oh. So, there used to be a lot of stuff around us. Yeah. Like, there used to be, like, a whole shipyard. That was kind of, like, the thing. Like, the reviews were, like, cargo. It was kind of full of water. There's a lot less stuff. Yeah. lot less stuff. You can tell the game is bright whenever it like lights up my face. I think, I don't know, oh. Oh, so this is the game. I'm in the office.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
If you want to understand how this game is, you can see there's a... You can't see, but I'll tell you. There's an achievement called click on door 435 times. So this is door 430.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
I see.
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay, we gotta find 417. So let's see. Here it is.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
I think 437 was over here.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Let's go find 415. It should be... Oh, wow, cool. Anyway, oh, here it is.
Now, back to door number 437.
437, sounds good.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
We're close, we're close.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416, okay.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
And then he just doesn't fucking give it to me. Blind piece of shit. Do you want to see the main game?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I did know that.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Let's check it out.
It was okay.
Alright, well.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Whoop! No shot.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
No.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Who's that?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
Oh, okay.
Please observe this helpful instructional video.
All right.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
All right.
He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
8.
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Great.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Is it this way?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
That'd be
That
awful.
story would make no sense at all.
None.
We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay. This way, it seems. Oh, I did that before.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Great.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Okay.
All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Can I go this way? Well, I guess I gotta go this way. But I don't really want to go. So what if I go this way? Seems as though I have to go this way.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Uh-oh. Decision making at its finest.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
I did do that,
What?
huh?
Did you think that would be funny?
It was
You just
pretty
had to
funny.
see? Didn't
Yeah.
I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story.
Your story, yeah.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You
I've
would have
seen it.
destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I
think
tried
that's
so hard to make
Stanley is the beta
behave
male.
exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I want to go right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure
I
you'll be
think
up
the
to the
game
task.
wants me to go
Just
to
follow
the
my
left
lead and you'll
door.
be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's try it.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I want to go in the broom closet. Oh,
Coming
this
to a
is...
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's see. Normally you can go down that way. But can I go through this door? This is definitely new. Maybe. You can also normally go through here. Oh, I think I know this one. Oh, this is definitely a different office.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions.
Normally you have to enter a code.
And beyond all
through
probability,
a
he
dial
knew the
pad.
passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Nightshark 115. Let's try that again. Nightshark
Stanley
115.
spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Nightshark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Oh, this is a great picture. It's a business strategy, and it's him going to panda.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It's Stanley.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley,
We did
this
it!
is important. The story needs you. It needs you to
Dominic.
make a decision.
Dominic Johan
It
made
cannot
this
exist
game.
without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice
Joe
you make is just
Feingold.
fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
Made in
something.
Unity.
Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
We did it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No shot. That was a bit I was doing.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
You're saying you're wondering why he was so
Stanley was so
concerned
bad at following
about me
directions,
falling
it's
off.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
And so the thing is,
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
alright, let's do some new content.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Oh, this is, I saw this earlier. It's not really creepy at all. Also, I can show you, you know how we got on that desk earlier? Well, you can go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
I ran out of water.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
What do you think? I will answer based on your opinion. No? Okay.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You really want to see the other option?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yes, of course. Okay, this is you.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
There
once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
I think that's the end. Let's do more new shit. I think
all of his co-workers were gone.
I missed...
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know. I think I did most of the routes.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Let's see what's here. New content. Can we get on the elevator?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
Sure.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never the end.
Yes,
again.
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly
427.
re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
2 phones.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2. Now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Some sticky notes. Two water coolers. Just the 2. Is that song copyrighted? Ah, fuck it. Let me, 1 second. It's gonna be so worth it. It's gonna be so worth it. What are the...
Spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I.
Okay. No fucking DMCA. If you fucking narc, I kill you. New mug. Time to wake up. Is that a bird? Oh, it's a crow. This game is made by Crow. That's the name of the company. I don't know what this is. I don't even know what you're talking about. DMCA, copyright strike. The new content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. New hotness. Old busted. More the Stanley Parable, better the Stanley Parable. Win, win, 2 wins. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift, synergy, brick and mortar approach. Envelope, client-centric marketing, the color red, leverage holistic value. 1, 2. How is DMCA gonna get you if you never even played? That's so true. Wait, you're so right, actually. This Stanley Parable 2, last said it was 28 minutes ago. You can see the logos. Thanks for attending my meeting. This is the brain. Oh, it's the fern! Oh, you don't know about the fern lore. I know about the fern lore, though. 2 Stanleys?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Did you miss something cool? Guess you gotta rewatch the whole stream. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Crab, the ultimate sequel. What does this say? Oh, it's 2. Meeting at 2 p.m. From management to everyone. BCC me. Sincerely, management. So number 2. The Stanley Parable is this prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the... Okay. It's 2. Oh, I get it. Oh. What does this mug say? I am yellow mug. I will never follow the red plus teal plus something color scheme of the area of the game. Okay, it's new content. Wow.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Should I do this bit? We can do this bit. So I've seen some of this stuff already, but not all of it. So that takes me to the StanleyParable2.com. Do you want me to pull that up for you? Or is it StanleyParable2.com? Do I have to fix the fucking... Now it's gonna be all ruined for my Tetrising. Let's go down this rabbit hole. So I scanned that QR code, if it wasn't clear. Let's... Welcome to the official website of The Stanley Parable 2. A sequel, huh? Watch our helpful and informative video to learn more about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about. That's new. If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable. Thank you for enjoying the exhibit. Okay, that's a real link. Wait. What the fuck? Taste the sequel. Okay. Let's just watch the video. It's 10 minutes.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why? It's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more.
We can zoomerify it.
With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why? Sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's
Only
why we have
29.
sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society, and if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things, like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory Apeck, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes.
It's the Stanley
When developing this
Parable.
particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and fair and square. Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story.
Yeah, I don't
As
remember that
reparation for the
part.
harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the time wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense, but we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection.
Wow.
Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be.
During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay, and so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination.
Good to know.
Let's check on Gregory real quick. Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it, everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. No. You just want to eat bubblegum and cheated hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
R.I.P. Billy. No, I don't want that to go full screen. Let's close this and get back to the game. That was a roller coaster, yeah. But we can chill out. We can look at the merch. 2 lines. The end is never the end again. This t-shirt is the best new feature. Wow. Exclusive. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Wow. What's this way though?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
It would.
Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I see. I want to go see the button.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
That sounds great. Now if you do exclamation point name in chat, actually, you get your own button that says, well, it says my name. So that's cool, I guess. So let's see how this button compares to that. All right. Are you ready? Let's do this.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Great.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Who am I? Who am I? Alright, let's go. This truly is revolutionary.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
No screenshots, please. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. The baby is all grown up. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. The updated ray trace, more of the same, but in a good way. The sequel to new features, new content, new ideas. Oh, these are all the ideas. I see. The button that says the player's name is Jim. The jump circle, the infinite hole. Okay. Free and easy achievement. I can't believe. Oh, the jump circle!
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea.
Thank you for the follow, Ninja Gamer 20,000. Okay, it's jump circle time. Oh, let's fucking go. I'm fucking jumping. Oh, oh, yeah. Let's fucking go. Yes, yes, I love jumping. Okay. We only have 10 left, so I'm gonna leave it for now. Let's get a free achievement, sure. Oh, this is it's Stanley. Pull the lever, receive your achievement. No more steps, it just works. Okay, great.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Wow.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
All right, let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Great. Great. Alright, I guess that's cool. Sag.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Collectibles. Let's look at the collectibles. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
We did it! Okay, we can't go back.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it.
That's awful.
Absolutely tragic.
I hated that. Can I collect this one? The exit is this way. There's the infinite hole. Actually, I want to see the bucket. Let's see. The jump circle, this map, free achievement, the button that says the name, merch, settings, world champion is across from the merch. Where's that? What is it?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
The game good enough? No. Okay, which one do you want? I think Get Well Someday is good. Okay.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Oh, I see.
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
I see. Oh, and now it's in the pictures, yes.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Is this where I came from? I want the bucket. Where's the bucket? Oh, there it is.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Let's go.
As long
Bucket
as you
time.
hold onto the
I
bucket,
fucking love
the
buckets.
many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Give me the bucket.
And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Gimme.
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I feel so comfortable.
Can you feel it?
Oh,
the glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, I love the bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
They should.
There really should be an award if it
They
isn't
should
already.
give out that award which you've described. So let's see. I don't know what the settings. You're here. Was that the settings world champion? I'm gonna assume that's what that was. So then, let's see what else is there. 3 is office decoration. I don't know where that is. What are we? Epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole, exit. So let's see. Let's go to the infinite hole. And then... This is an infinite hole, right? You see hole entrance, and then it's infinite. Infinite hole. Depth, space, more hole, science, infinity, more falling. Educational use only, I see. It just keeps going. Got it.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's
Forever.
right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I guess I just...
You see,
This is nice.
Isn't it wonderful?
This
One of
is
my more
nice.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Yeah, okay. Oh. I wasn't looking.
And I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole.
I like
It's
this though.
exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've
I mean,
prepared
we've
for
seen
you.
mo-
I
we
really
can-
spent
we can
quite a
hang
lot
out here
of
for a
time on
bit.
all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole
I
was
kinda
plenty
wanna-
deep. It was more
kinda
than
wanna do
deep
that.
enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
Yeah.
Why don't we
Well,
just put
mostly
all
you.
this
I don't
behind us
really
and
talk.
agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
That
then go
works.
ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Alright.
Oh, for heaven. You see?
It's
I was
really
right.
fun.
The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
What?
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't
Yeah.
help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yeah, okay.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
Alright,
I
this
really
time,
do have so much more to show you.
we're just
and
gonna
to
go
talk
straight
about.
to the door.
And I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Okay.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh.
Is the, teleport button not working?
The button broke.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
No, it's...
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
I like
Take
you
care,
and the hole.
Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Okay. I mean, I have the bucket, so I don't feel that bad about it. What? I'm just gonna keep spinning. Oh! Oh! That's moving down. Interesting, interesting. The hole? Oh. I need to fix that. Try not to caps, I guess. Oh? Stanley?
My head's stronger. You're no.
Wait, I like that song. Oh, I like this one.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Fuck you. I was having so much fun in my fucking hole. Oh. Oh, we're back here.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Is this reset or? Is the button back? Or is it gone? It's gone. Okay. Alright. I wanted to see. This is an epilogue. Set his thing. I mean, what is up here? Settings. Oh, this is the settings thing. You wanted to hear your name again? Oh. Great. Cool. Cool. Mostly infinite hole, fine, it ended. Okay, let's see. Your gym? Okay, it's closed. Well then. Is there anything we're missing? We haven't seen yet. Infinite hole, epilogue, office. Oh, office decorations. How the fuck? Where's that? The settings world championship was there. Okay. The jump circle is there. This is so... They're such an assholes. What do I want? I want... It's like... Where the fuck is this? Is this the office furniture? This is office decorations. Okay, so we've done everything. So let's just go to the exit. Hold on. Let me check one thing. I should probably end soon. But maybe I won't. Who the fuck followed? Ninja Gamer, why did you do that? Thanks. But who the fuck are you? Where's the exit? E. Is it? It should be nearby, isn't it? Is this the exit? No, this is the free. Where the fuck? Why did they make this place a maze? Oh, exit? Exit? Ah, haha, I found it.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yeah. New mug. Okay.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
Okay,
Here we go.
okay.
Version 2.
Let's see, let's see.
Who am I kidding, Stanley?
I like the jump circle in the
This
hole.
isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Okay.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Sure.
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Sure.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Wow. That was pretty good. See the rest of the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month.
It is a pretty good sequel so far.
Although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different?
So I like the balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided, oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Hello.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly.
Oh, yeah.
50 clicks.
Thank you for the follow. Ash7012. Are you from the future?
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
This is, as you can see, the sequel is now paused. This is Stanley Parable 2 that we're playing.
Oh, the bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes. I feel so comforted now.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
Go touch the bucket. 437.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Bucket love. It's all bucket now. Wait. Where the fuck is 415? 415.
Now back to door number 437.
Dude, the bucket. Look, there's a balloon. Oh, this is awesome.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
We're gonna get this. Yeah, the bucket. This bucket is here to...
Now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
It's here to it's a comfort bucket. It's here to sort of help you grip with the emotional... Wait, what? Whose desk did he say? Is he 419?
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
416?
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
To the copy machine.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it!
Let's fucking go!
That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived it. You've given a bucket hope today. Stanley, I'm very proud of you.
Alright, let's go on.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Sure. We'll play with him.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Okay. Is this different? No.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be.
given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Yeah. We did.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Oh.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Let's go this way. Whoa!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I feel so good about
You can't buy that
it.
sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I feel... Wow.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend.
Oh,
it was
this
the
is
only way to
good.
truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Wow. So I think I realize what's going on here. I think so that ending here we can go to my stream even. Here, let me pull it up. Let's go to me. Let's go to videos. The stream. Bring it over here. Plop. You can see who I follow, I guess. That's Big Yoshi. We remember him. It's me setting up the game. This is the baby. Oh, this part was pretty cool. Wait. We went to Rocket League. The baby in the game. Oh, this is I hung out in the broom closet for a while. That was pretty fun. Yeah, oh, okay.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin. How was he remaining so lucid?
That's a good question.
And then perhaps the from the area.
Okay, come on.
Around the
So I got this ending before. What does this paper say? I don't.
Had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive
So I'm starting to think that maybe the sequel part
because he believed
is just
everyone had vanished.
Is just
his boss would think he was crazy. And then something
it's just every ending in the game that already exists, except now you can do it with a bucket. And if that's the case, I have to say that's fucking genius.
None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms...
What else would the sequel be? Yeah, you're sort of nailing it on the head.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just
this game is so good.
Words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
No, he's not crazy.
He thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons.
Let's
may
see.
as well...
Dog mode is good. Oh yeah, and then we got dog mode.
He knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in surely gently share. And my name is Stan.
Yeah. Let's go here.
His bucket, perhaps. How did I coming from? The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Wait, no.
She backflipped all the way to work.
I wanted to do it. Maybe if we refresh it.
Might be fired for that.
Oh, there we go.
Such a
So I'm starting to think that maybe the sequel part
because he believed
is just
everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy.
is just what, bitch? In the game that already exists, except now you can do it with a bucket. Yeah, I already fucking said that, dumbass. Jesus fucking Christ. Shut the fuck up. Nobody fucking likes you. So now I want to do that. The window thing, but with the,
All of his co-workers were gone.
with the
What
bucket.
could it mean?
I'll do like
Stanley
two
decided to
endings.
go to the meeting room. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
And then
Stanley clung
it's
the
almost
bucket
5
to his
a.m.
cheek.
So I
Could
kind
his
of
co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
Oh yeah.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
Yeah.
This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait. There's in the meeting room? Why?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his
Oh my
dearest
God.
friend.
So I
he
think we
threw
found the
himself to
last
his
ending
death,
first.
that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Wow. The bucket couldn't save me. It's not there to save you, it's just, it helps you cope. There's a phone.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Is there a... I'll give you one more ending. Do you even know any of them? We can do like the normal ending.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bottom text? Maybe we are the collectibles? Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, small floating objects we have to synergize. Okay. I managed to pick up some unusual, wouldn't you like to know? I'm not really reading this. Weird spinning figurines. I saw one in the cargo room. Wow, okay.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can
Yeah, I had
guarantee
that
we'd
phone
be
message
in here
before.
for hours. But alas, no stickers.
There's 2 phone calls. Can you find them in the stream bot?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We found one.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Oh. I'm gonna pee. Have we made it yet? No? It's because it doesn't fucking go anywhere. I am the most expensive boss.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes, of course.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I have a better idea.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
The bucket said nothing.
Okay, let's go try pressing the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket.
3 is
How
the
was this
sequel
not
to
as
2?
exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Maybe I'll get it this time.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been
I thought I
there
knew
for
the
one
bucket
another.
too.
Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
The best part of this game is
no
I
one
barely have
here.
to say.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Well. That was really sad.
All of his co-workers were gone. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Sorry, my iPhone just told me it won't fucking update, and I'm actually deciding it will fucking update.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Inside the sequel exhibition, stairs, somewhere both red and blue, near a fireplace, a large room, lots of boxes. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Looks like 427, hahaha. There will be a reward for finding them all. This will be the last run.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
How could the bucket betray us like that? What the fuck is this bucket? What? It's like a wizard, but what's the bit gonna be? I don't.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
"They've done it." I
Mind
mean,
Control Facility.
I'm curious as to how this is gonna be any different.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Gonna kill myself?
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket.
which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Wow. Yeah. Well, now I want to try.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I never did that without
what
the
could
bucket.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
I really got answers soon. I'm just kind of very, very tired. I'm surprised the stream hasn't fully crashed though. Knock on wood.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
I did it.
Good job, you
I
did
did
it.
it.
Good job,
I
you
fucking did it.
Good job, you
Yeah.
did it. Good
I
job,
did it.
you did it.
Me.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
I did it.
Okay, speedrun. We're gonna get the fucking real ending, but with the bucket.
The
It's gonna be
meeting
sick.
room.
We're
Yes,
gonna do
that's
it.
where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket.
off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
One of those was ours.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Did I do it? Do we win?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What? But the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What the fuck is this game? Okay, I'm done. It's 5:16 a.m. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully earlier, 10 p.m. my time. After a nice rest, maybe. Thank you to the who followed. Somebody followed, right? Shoutouts to Ash. I don't know if you're still here. Shoutouts to Minovich for showing up. I really appreciate it. Watch the VOD if you are bored, I guess. You can see how the normal endings go, or you could just Google them. Get the bye-bye music going. I'm really tired. The great thing about that game is because the narrator is talking the whole time, I feel like I don't really have to say that much. So yeah. We'll do this. Check out the YouTube. Check out the VOD channel. I put a lot of work into the thumbnails. So just go subscribe so every day you can just see the thumbnail and be like, wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Who the fuck is Feet? Why is Feet in my thing? Or maybe not. No, yeah. Who are you, Feet? Are you real? I don't know how these fuckers like you're not real. You have 25k followers. Why are you in my chat? Are any of you real? Like, why are you... Whatever. Into the Shadow Realm. Yeah. Goodbye. I'm just gonna do talking and the fading out at the same time, so it's like, ruh-roh, like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is a good ending. I agree. I like this ending. But you know, as I go,